Good morning, everyone. Quick sound check because I do have to leave momentarily, but I just want to make sure everything is working in terms of the sound. You guys can see my screen. A couple of yeses would help. Okay, thank you, Monica. And maybe somebody in YouTube, just let me know that YouTube is up and running also. And then I'll be back in 15 or 20 minutes. Okay. I'm going to assume YouTube is working. Okay, guys. So I'm putting myself back on mute. I'll see you guys in about 15 or 20 minutes. All right, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Wednesday, April the 15th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. I know you guys can hear me and see my screen in the main room. Just need a confirmation. Thank you very much, Pepe. Okay, we're good to go, both rooms. So, bird. Yeah, bird. What a bird is the word, guys. Wow. Last time I looked at this, it was pulling back to 363. What a move. Interesting. These data, what do they do now? Okay, the company anticipates changing its name to the New Bird AI. What were they doing before? A global lifestyle brand? All right, so they're becoming fully integrated into AI. Okay, and so that's Bird, guys, and Bird is 6 million in the float. Look at how much volume already, 43 million. So Bird dominating the leaderboard right now. NICM. I don't recall seeing this one yesterday. I'm not sure if this was truly an IPO or a SPAC that turned into an IPO or a symbol name change. Never know anymore. Anyway, this is NICM. The high yesterday was 752, so it's way above that right now. NICM, a lot of volume too, 5.3 million. Watt, WATT, was this over a dollar? The answer is, oh yeah, way over a dollar. Okay. Any news in this one? Provides update on continued momentum, deployment footprint, etc. Okay. So that is Watt. And the float, yeah, now actually there's not much volume yet, only 138,000 shares, 5.4 million traded. So not that much volume, I guess. Actually, the spread isn't terrible, 1910, 1923, for considering the lack of volume. Next high looking left is 1943. What did it get to this morning? It got to around 1960, so it did take out that high. Got up to this high. Actually, if it can take out that 1960 again, there's another, next high is around 2052. That's for WATT. Take it to, the quantum plays were up yesterday in the pre-market, and then they all basically faded, even though the market was very strong yesterday. So I don't have a lot of confidence in those guys. VSA, is it over? It was over a dollar. Wow, it was over a dollar. And look at the pullback, though. It got up to 140 something, back down to 80 cents. Okay, that is VSA. Yeah, hopefully nobody held, well, a few of them. I mean, the usual suspects here, guys. Just capitulating now. ARAI, RMSG. I won't say it, but do. I won't say it. What is this thing? Holding company. Okay. DOO. Interesting. A lot of shares available for me. Is this an earnings play? It's not an earnings play. Glue. A few little earnings plays here, guys. Glue is an earnings play. GLOO is an earnings play. What's the volume like? Not a lot of volume yet. The banks. I saw the banks had some record deals going on. So let's take a look at JP Morgan. It's Citi. Actually, that's not right. Citi, sorry. Actually, they had earnings yesterday. Okay, I thought it had earnings today. Um, Mega Bank, JP Morgan, WFC, Anyway, looks like the banks did pretty well. I'm going to just take a look at XLF, which probably now, yeah, probably, yeah, definitely, not probably, but definitely. In fact, I'm wrong. I thought it might have been over the 200-day moving average, but it is still not 5270, but getting awfully close. This was the first major, in my opinion, major sector that got underneath that 200-day moving average a few weeks ago, and that kind of spelled the bit of the downturn in the overall market. But look at this now, with the SPY almost at all-time highs. And there's XLF, almost back to the 200-day moving average. Nike had some interesting news, I guess. Nike is Tim Cook, of course, of Apple, and also the CEO of Nike, both bought 25,000 shares at around $42. That is for Nike. Okay, so going to inject a little bit of confidence into this stock that was on all-time low right down here. Nike, all-time low. I don't it's hard for me to believe. My TI won't open. I started, no response. Normally they come on around 6 o'clock American, 9 o'clock Eastern time. There's nothing wrong. Now, when you say it won't open, Bill, when you say it won't open, what exactly is happening? And you are obvious now. Are you a first-time subscriber, or is this the first time this has happened? Hopefully you can hear me, Bill, in our main room. No, I understand, but is this the first time this has happened? Are you a new subscriber, or are you an old subscriber and this is the first time this has happened? Makes a big difference. Okay, years and years. Okay. Now, the only thing I can think of is, sometimes you get these emails from us and you have to fill out the exchange agreements. I'm not saying that's the reason. Everybody has to do it once a year, whether you like it or not. Okay, we all have to do it, and it's not just trade ideas, but your brokerage platform. They all require the exchange agreements to be completed once a year. Okay, so you did that. Um, Let me private message you, okay? Because I don't want you to give me your email address. I can't help you on your account, but I'm going to private message you. Yeah, I thought so, William. I thought it would still open. It would just give you an error. Let me. I'm going to private message you and give me your email address, okay? And so I just want to. Okay, so just put test in. Just give me your email address. Now the only other thing is, did you try to just do the old control alt delete so you could so you could exit the program and the task and then try come in again? So you did that, okay. So did you not get my maybe it didn't come through. Did you not see my private message to you? It says test. If it's not working. Okay, just type in, all you have to do is just type in your email address, okay? There. So I can contact our accounting people and they can take a look at your account to see if there's anything kind of weird going on, okay? I just don't want you to type your email address into the support question area. Just trying to protect you, okay? Well, All right, well, let's try another thing. I have access to the emails that do come in, okay? So let me see if I can find your email and give somebody a nudge. Oh, well, there it is. Okay, thank you. Okay, Bill, I've passed it on to them, so I've nudged them, and hopefully they can figure out what's going on. Okay, I can't help. I can't help any more than that. Okay, hopefully they can figure out. Oh, okay, Bill. They are aware of it. They are aware of it. I'm not saying they know what's going on, but they are aware of it. Okay, not much more I can. I'm just looking at their responses. No, not that I'm aware of, Bill. Not that I'm aware of. If that were the case, we'd be inundated, with emails. I see all the emails that come into the company. So I'm not saying there's nobody else, but we don't see any other emails that have come in with the same issue. All right, guys. So bird. Well, where could this go? Next high looking left is 893 on weekly chart. Anyway, well, I saw. Remember now? Well, maybe you don't know. I'm in Canada, so of course this has never affected me. The PDT. So I did see a headline about it. Yes, but that's never. Never affected me. So, but I did see a big news bulletin about it taking effect 45 days from now. Okay. All right. What else here? Now, some of the earnings plays. I want to see some of the Mama. No volume yet. Mama's Creations. No volume yet. This is a little earnings play. Anything actually that ARAI, that's an earnings play. Yeah, I was reading yesterday about it, Obi, and people had to sort of pump the brakes on it, as they say, because I think people thought it was going to be like instantaneous, like tomorrow, but I don't think so. Yeah, Bull. Oh, where is Bull? I saw Bull earlier. Oh, Webull, of course, Webull, Bull. I thought it was one of the ETFs, but no, Bull. So Webull plans to remove the PDT as new regulations take effect. Well, whoop-de-doo. I mean, I'm sorry, but of course, every brokerage will do that. But yeah, okay. Well, smart PR firm, whoever's handling it, make it sound like they're ahead of the curve. Oh, I see. Okay, well, maybe I was too rough on. But what broker, what broker will not be able to do that? If you're you're talking about requiring a computer system upgrade. Okay, do. Yeah, let's take a look at do. Why is it down? Do is down. Is this a bio? It is not a bio. Pretty expensive stock too, out of um, out of Valcourt in Quebec, I guess. Seems to be sort of tariff type news. But let's see, DOO, and it is shortable for me, actually. It is shortable for me, DOO. Not that I want to short it right now or ever. Boy, this is no support right now, William. Yeah, I mean, you look. Now, I don't. This looks like it's makes me crazy. You can't see the. Okay, maybe. Yeah, so this started to trade as due. So it stopped trading as due in 2022, and then this company took over the symbol in December of last year. Okay, so this is not like a massive gap up. So yeah, well, 60, it is just a little bit below 60. Should have been, okay, in your opinion, should have been, yes. I forgot to mention this one, guys. IMMP. IMMP. I don't see it anymore. It was in the scroll. This is the only ticker. This is the only scroll or real-time alerting that I've got that looks at stocks under $1. It's down to 50 cents. That's the only one. And I do that just because I know there are people out there that don't mind trading those. So, but here's IMMP, okay, and they were granted orphan drug designation for, and I'm not going to try to pronounce it, eftilagimod alpha. Okay, so that is the reason for this popping. Huge move. It's a it's a massive float, 145 million in the float. It's hard to believe that's the float. For a stock that's under $1, can't believe they haven't done a reverse split. Anyway, that is the IMMP. No, I cannot use the new. The new. Oh, excuse me. The TI desktop program or the other version? When you say that, I'm always on a development version then. But I think the development version is caught up to the beta. I click on help and about. I think they're the same now. I'm always on a what is called a development version. Okay, but it looks like it's the same as the beta 5.8.1. I'm always on the latest, always, always, always. And sometimes, again, sometimes the development version is the latest that you guys don't have access to. But I think we all have access to 5.8.10. Okay. What did this get up to? This got almost to a dollar, I guess. Almost. Just a little bit under a dollar for the IMPP. No, you will not. You know what? Always a good idea. Listen, I have never had an issue since 2010. You know, 16 years with this program, and I've never lost anything. But you know what? It's always good just to make sure you save your layout to the cloud. Uh, I don't want to say no, you'll never have an issue. Then all of a sudden you're the one that does. But you will not. You should not lose anything. But always save things to the cloud. Okay, save your layout to the cloud. Save individual scans to the cloud. Okay. Okay, now Bird has relaxed a little bit here. It hasn't pulled back in a severe amount. There's the VWAP down here around 539. So it's well above the VWAP still. Low float. Look at the volume already. 52 million shares are traded already. The high in the pre-market was around. I'm going to put a price alert up in that area. We will take it out later. Sophie was a little active this morning too, guys. SOFI was a little bit active this morning. Well, this due is well. There's the two. That's correct. There's the 200-day moving average. We've been trading for yesterday. I have the 200-day moving averages. I don't know why that line is showing up. It's showing up because of the previous. I guess there's not been trading for 200 days. We don't have a data point for it. But all right, guys, less than a minute. Just give me one moment. I'm going to do something a little bit new today, guys. Okay, I'm going to minimize this. I'm going to put this one up. And most new. Whoops. Yeah. Most new 15-minute highs. Okay, that is from our most new channel. I just want to see what sort of alerts we get from it. Okay, guys. So yeah, market is now. We might get too many here. We'll see. I just want to see. Oh, here's it. Here's Oracle again. I don't have a layout cloud, Steph, but I just saved my. You can have. Well, you can have this. This is from the channel. Just give me a moment, okay? You can pick and choose what you want. This is from the channel, the most new channel. I'm just testing this, okay? And if you go to my homepage, click on my homepage link, scroll down where you see scans, etc. So, so this one is from the channel. I can show you where it is, but here's the. This is this race over here. The biggest gainers right here. Pulse resumes is here. So this and here's the movers upside versus movers downside is here. Okay. This is from the. If you go to the most new channel, yeah, so you go to the most new channel right here. You can take. I mean, it's a pretty interesting looking channel actually. So you click on new and then dock channel bar, new from the toolbar, then dock channel bar, and then click on the most new. Where is it? The most. Okay, the most. You can. So this is what I've been using on my other. I've modified it a little bit. I know it's overwhelming what you're seeing right now, but you can always pop one of these out. Right click and duplicate into free floating window to pop it out, and then you can customize it, which is what I did. You know, like I put a price. Oh, there's the bird, guys. So what I did was I said, okay, because it's wide open. So I put a price range in. I put a minimum current volume, minimum volume, things like that. Okay. Otherwise, even right now. But look at all the alerts we get right at 9:30. Boy, William, I don't know what you're doing on the do, but adding down to 50. Okay, that's what I sort of remembered, but you do have the right to change your mind. So bird, up, down, up, down, up, down. Now, do I do this again? I tried this ETF yesterday on Microsoft, and basically it had already gapped up, and it really didn't move after that. So it wasn't like the Oracle the day before. But speaking of Oracle, right here, these are 15-minute highs. Okay, the market. What is the market doing right off the bat here? So we're having, mildly positive. We're up. Yeah, I'm looking at the SPY when I'm talking about the market. So mildly positive right now. So you win, guys. Soundhound AI is what's the next high looking left? Is 750. Too close for me. Too close. Well, William, I'm going to wish you a big good luck because now you're at that 50 level for the due. Well, I remember my price alert at $4, I think, yesterday for MNTS, and what a run! I got you. Okay. Wow, bird guys, bird, bird, bird. I think it just got halted, guys. I think I got insanely lucky. Yeah, just got. I will see how lucky I got. Yeah, bird just got halted. I broke my one of my rules about taking a trade early, but the minute it popped up through here that high in the pre-market, I said, you know what, I'm going to be a little more aggressive this morning. And now, what I want to do, but now it's halted. Woo! So I think I got very lucky. Hopefully, I got out just before this halt, and first halt is usually pretty good. We'll see how lucky I am. First halt is usually pretty good. It's so far it does not. It's a little more ominous. No, when I say the first halt is okay, so here's Bird. It's halted at 842. When I say the first halt is usually pretty good, it means that this column here, which is showing you where it could open, many times it's going to show above that halt price when it's the first halt of the day. Now, well, and in fact, it still might. Oh, William, William, William. Look at the do for William now. You're saying you're just about break even now with all your ads down to 50. Nice bounce from 50 up to 53. You are green now. Wow. Is Visa halted? I don't see that it's halted, but it might be. I don't see that Visa is halted. VSA is halted. It's not halted. Might be get halted, but it's not halted right now. It is over $1 though. Lot of okay. How's the Xanadu doing? 1730 was the price. Okay, so looks like IMMP is going to be a dog. Okay, for those of you who are in the bird, 9:36, so 9:41. So about a minute from now, if it's going to be a 5 minute halt, okay? Well, IonQ had a good day yesterday. I was sort of dismissing it because I think it was a little choppy, but look what it did. It closed right at the high of yesterday. Some cheap ones being halted, NCI, CTNT. Now this was halted. NICM was halted on the way down. No shorts available for me. Started trading as NICM. Well, this week, yesterday, yesterday. Sorry, should have got rid of this. Whoa! Well, now I'm upset. Now I'm upset. Well, I'm not upset, but so the bird. So, Steph, you asked like where you should get used to looking at a daily chart or a weekly chart or a monthly chart. So when you're asking about what is a price target for bird, okay, uh, you can take a look. I mean, it's not a target necessarily, but I mean, when you look left, 1980. I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong stuff. So when you look left for bird, what do you see? Okay, so when you look left, there's nothing, you can't see anything on the daily chart. You can't see anything on the weekly chart that approaches a high. So look at a monthly chart and you can see where the next highs are. This doesn't mean it's going to get there, but oh boy, what a pile of money I left on that one. So there's no price target. Okay, I mean, people have different ways of looking at targets. I mean, some people use pivots, some people use fib extensions. I don't do any of that. I just look left. I also try to keep, if I were still in this one, I mean, I'd still be in it. If I were still in it, well, okay, I'll explain it. The wave, I try to follow the wave. As long as the wave doesn't change colors, I'll keep in the trade. Ah, what a, but with these low float stocks, just give me a moment. Okay, guys. Yeah. So there's no, I mean, everybody has different ideas about where they think a stock could go. Okay. So there's no hard and fast rule. But if you're in something like Bird with a float of 6 million, 80 million have traded, 19,000 times normal volume up to this time of day, you've got to watch it. You've got to keep watching it and watching it. And because, as quickly as this can go up, this can go down as quickly too. So it's not like a typical stock. Well, at least the basic premise was still correct. The first alt is usually pretty good, even though it didn't look good for about, I don't know, 10 seconds or so when it looked like it might open at 8. But, since we've had this halts resumes info, usually the first alt is pretty good. Yeah, I'm not sure about this most new 15-minute highs. I'm not 100% sure about that. Maybe I'll just bring back my. Okay, guys. So again, this is on my homepage. I'm sharing this on my homepage. So just like, I mean, Bird has made 367 new highs. He's probably going to win a bunch of belts. Already won 12 races already. So obviously, has to be watched all day long. EQH, guys, EQH. This is that might have been an all-time high. No, it isn't. Next time left on a monthly chart, way up there at 47. On the weekly chart, 44. So there's room on the weekly, certainly on the monthly, but on the weekly chart there is room for EQH to keep running if it wants to. What do they do? Financial services. I'm going to let this thing go. I know it's a messy looking thing right now, this race, but I'm going to let it go. I want to see what wins the first race. Could be a SMR. Still don't have any trust in these nukes, but look what happened yesterday with SMR. Yeah, I got up to was ripping in the pre-market, up to 11. Well, probably even more in the pre-market. High of the day 11:27, but look where it closed, down at 10:30. Wow, interesting. It fixed itself. FA. Well, how about ALMU? What is this one doing? Okay, 1670. If this is okay, I have a few shorts available for this one. Now, why would I even look at that as a short? Because look what it's doing yesterday and the day before, and especially yesterday, but right now also coming right into the 200-day moving average. Okay, into the 200-day moving average. 200-day moving average is 1681, so it's getting very close. Will that stall it again? And that's for the ALMU. If you're talking about bird shorting, I don't know, other than Centerpoint, Cobra, or Trade Zero. Who has shorts available for Bird? For instance, William always lets me know about Fidelity or E-Trade. E-Trade. I know I don't. I don't have shorts available. I interact with brokers. So no shorts at E-Trade nor Fidelity. Okay. So I'm just wondering if any, I call them traditional brokers, have shorts available. Maybe Thinkorswim or I'm sure you're all out of the do, William. You've got to be all out of the DOO. Well, guys, ALMU, look at that, bursting through that 200-day moving average. So that did not stall it this time. A couple of days it did, but not today. ALMU stocks jumps on 4 million. No, I don't know. This is on the 13th. Okay, so a couple of days ago. This is what got it running. This is what got it running, jumping on a $4 million U.S. government order. Okay, so that's what got it running. That's ALMU. What? How can you still be long DOO the way you trade? Hmm. Okay, so you're looking for more than breadcrumbs on this one. This one was also, I saw this one also in the pre-market guys, NNBR, and through the 200-day moving average, next high looking left on the weekly chart is 210. So, and then after that, 216. So for me, there's just too much, too much resistance looking left. Well, William, I appreciate that. Oh, I see. You're standing up. I should stand up to support my Canadian brothers. Yes. Bill, I'm wondering if you're still around. You know, Windows did an upgrade last night. I now it didn't affect. Well, I did my upgrade. It didn't affect me. Is it possible that the Windows upgrade, which can sometimes do crazy things? I wonder if that could be the answer or the reason why. Okay, let's take a look at some of these ones that have won races earlier. LNKS, okay, not doing too much right now underneath the VWAP. MNTS, okay, interesting maybe. It's getting through the VWAP again. Okay, that purple line on my chart, that is VWAP. The high of the day was 670, so uh, the longer it stays over the VWAP, which is around 605. Well, William, you're making your wish again regarding the DOO approaching 50. Okay, guys, this has got a little bit of room. ACHV has got a little bit of room. It's down for the day, but it's trying to recover. It's at the high of the day. The next high looking left is 372. Um, Looks like there's some news. They got an FDA complete response letter, which obviously wasn't great, caused the stock to move down, but it's recovering. It is recovering, trying to recover. Oh boy, lots happening. Oh my goodness. So there's the Visa guys, not Visa, but VSA through the VWAP, through the VWAP. Whoa, my goodness. This got halted earlier at around 55 cents. CTNT just absolutely going to nothing now. Cheetah Net Supply Chain Service. Ooh. U.S. company too. Ugly. Looks like it's just going out of business. Okay, guys, this has some room. Okay, Galaxy GLXY has some room. Again, when I say has some room, all I'm doing, real simple, looking left. I'm looking for the next high. If I can see it on the daily chart, which I do, it's around 2450 or so. So it has some room before it hits that next high. I'm not saying it's going to get there, of course, but it does have some room. Bird, I think, just made a new high. Not quite. 1270, I guess, is the high. I have to stop looking at my account, my initial purchase of Bird. Well, actually, it's not so much the initial purchase, but the exit. Molto bene, guys. NB. Okay, there is the 200-day moving average. Too close. It's at 554 and it's at 532 now. So YouTube room consistency. Let's see, Mandy, MNDY. Let's take a look at MNDY. What is happening with that one? Monday.com. Okay, interesting. Maybe a little bit choppy, pulling back underneath the VWAP. Got almost to the high yesterday before it got pulled back. How about the VIV? Well, that's at least it's over yesterday's high, and the next high looking left, 168. It's out of the price range I like to trade, but it's got some room on that daily. Well, I guess I should have had a little more faith in. Oh, this is the short version, okay, of the Ion. Ion X is the long. Basically, there's not that much to choose from. If you thought this is the two time for Ion Ion Q. If you think it's going to keep moving higher, you can buy this one. Plenty of volume. And you'll get double the move. But of course, if Ion Q, the stock, drops 1%, this will drop 2%. Okay, so here's another qubit is another one of the quants. So qubit, QUBT. Now, look at that weekly chart. The high right there, 915. You know, if we can take out 915 on that weekly chart, the next highs are around 988. So why not? The nukes appear to be in play today anyway. Okay, so I know it's an AI alert, but I wouldn't take it yet. I would, if you're not, if you took it, what was the alert? What was that? Well, if you took it at 891, hmm. Well, let's see if it really is done. First of all, let's take a look at where the VWAP is. It's probably way below. Aha, guys, keep an eye on the REPL. Maybe this is going to be in for a little bit of a bounce today. Horrible day 2 days ago. A hammer down. The FDA denied them for the second time for their application on their, I think it was maybe some kind of a skin disease or something. It doesn't really matter what it was, but they got denied for the second time. But always traders out there looking for a bounce play. So the next high looking left is 206, which is yesterday, and that's the same 209. So I'm gonna put a price alert around 216. Okay, see if it can really clear that. And you never know, may go on a little bit of a run, just a bounce play. The next high, of course, is way up here at 661. But remember, for the reason it got hammered down, still in place. So I was going to look at Bird. I just wanted to take a look at Bird to see where it is with respect to the 200 or the VWAP. So I mean, the VWAP is that'd be a big pullback, but you never know. It close. Let's see if it holds 10. I think the magic number of 10. I think that if it can hold 10 and maybe bounce off 10. But right now it's just looking at my time and sales from interactive brokers. Very quickly, it's trading rapidly. 106 million shares have traded. 11,000 times normal right now up to this time of day. And this time of day is 10:03. So you know what that means. It's homepage time. I like it. Homepage time. All right, guys. So if you click on my homepage link, so if you're looking to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, here's how you can do it and get 15% off the first month only or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. And it applies for both our standard and our premium services, okay, or plans. And all I ask, if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future, please use my code, whatever it is. It'll change from time to time, of course. We do have promos. And now there's no promo other than the 15% off using my code. Why use my code? Because it helps to keep these rooms free. I moderate a YouTube room and this room right here, the trading room. Company tracks the use of the codes, the promo codes. So if they see my code being used enough, they don't mind keeping these rooms free. So if you're sitting in YouTube and you didn't know there was another room, this room was also free, called the trading room off my homepage. And if you're looking for a lot more interaction with other traders, then come into this room. You can stay in YouTube if you want, just not a lot of interaction with other traders. Look at Bird go off that 10, right off that 10, guys. Also, another perk. This room is actually open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. So if you're looking to interact with other traders during the pre-market, you can come into this room. Again, 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. Obi does it from the room. Thank you, Obi. Every day he does it. I don't. I live in Vancouver, so a little too early for me. So Obi does it. And normally I take off sometime between 2 and 2:30 Eastern Time. I always say later if there are questions, but if there are no questions, I usually take off again between 2 and 2:30. But William in the trading room usually keeps it open later, and we'll say between 3:30 to 3:45. Okay, so on a big day, this room is open from 6:45 a.m. to 3:45 p.m. Eastern Time. And if you keep scrolling down, keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. You can sign up for the trade of the week right here. Okay, you'll get an email, and it's free. You get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you take out a subscription to Trade Ideas or you're thinking about it, okay, click on my homepage link and go down to the education section and click on the more info. And right here, getting started with Trade Ideas, 12 short videos to get you started. This is mandatory if you take out a subscription. Covers a lot of the key elements of the program. And as I said before, if you don't have the program and you're wondering about it, is it a good fit for you? Well, start off with that second video, go to the end. That should give you an idea about what the capabilities of the program are. And you can always try us for a month, okay? Monthly subscriptions are just month to month. You can cancel anytime. One last thing off the education section, back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. We have 15 videos, all free if you're new to trading. And last, if you're looking for my scans and you've clicked on my homepage link, okay, you've clicked on my homepage link, scroll down, and here they are. So this is what you can see. The large cap gainers is right here. Biggest gainers from the start of the race is here. This is a wide open race, a lot more volatile. Upside versus downside movers is here. These are all real-time alerts. So in green, that means it's made with other filters in place, of course, but it's made a new high for the day. If it's in red, a new low for the day. It's basically taking two competing scans and running them off against each other. Here's the halts for zooms down here. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actors up and down. And I have some other scans that you can take a look at. The momentum scan, the gap scan, the Petri combo scan, and the William up down 25-cent scan. Okay, I don't have them up and running right now, but I don't know, maybe next week when we get really into earnings season, I might take a look at my gap scanner. But you can ask me questions all day long. Both rooms are trading rooms, but they're also support rooms. I'll do my best to answer your questions. If it's an accounting type question, more than likely I will not be able to, but I will direct you to the people who can. So again, I really want to emphasize, don't be shy. You can ask me questions all day long. Don't think that you're interrupting me. If I'm doing something that I can't be interrupted from, I'll let you know. But that's why this room is like this, to help people, especially if you're new to the program. It can be overwhelming if you let it be overwhelming, okay? Okay, how about USAR, USAR? Why would I look at this one? Well, I love these whole number breaks. But the next high looking left is 817. You know what? If it takes that out, 817 out, the actual high right there is 815. I'm going to put a price alert around 817, okay? Because then when you look left, the next high is way up there around 1967. So there would be room for it to run if it wants to. I'm not saying it's going to, but if it took out 1817. At least you don't have to worry about near-term sharp resistance. Today is not the day to short Tesla. This is the two-time ETF moving down. So you would buy this. You thought Tesla was going to move down the stock. You would buy this, but obviously Tesla the stock is up at least about 2.25%, or a little less than that. Because this is two times. So you had two times the move. But if you thought that Tesla was going to run out of steam, you could buy this one. A lot cheaper than buying the stock, of course. And there's plenty of volume. Mm. Okay, well, VSA was over a dollar. Now it's not. It just got halted on the way down. Bird is still looking pretty good. I mean, you takes out that high. I mean, later on in the day, I could just keep running and running. Shoot, Joby looked pretty good to me when I got that alert. But then I looked left. 920 is the next high, and then after that, 942. So to me, there's just too much that could block it from moving higher. To me, how did that one do that I thought might run into some 200-day moving average? That was the ALMU, wasn't it? Did it win a race? It did not win a race. What did it do afterwards? ALMU? And the answer is, well, it's still over that 200-day. All right, USAR. All right, USAR is one moment. Oof, I feel like I'm chasing a little bit, certainly on the 15, but I don't like to chase, but there's a big but. Well, let's see if it has some legs. I mean, it's got a ton of room on that daily chart. Okay, well, it actually had some news too. This USAR produced its first commercial grade yttrium metal, rare earth metal, I guess, or obviously, for the first one operating outside of China. Okay. Whoa, look at the move. Look at the pop here, guys. Hmm. Only because it's lost touch with the top of that. I'm going to take some. Okay, I have taken some off. Okay, it's gone so parabolic right now. The wave is not so fat, but the bottom of that the bottom of that bar has lost. It's not touching the top, and so it's kind of my little bit of my clue to take some off for me. Okay, I'm not telling anybody to do the same thing. I'm talking about the USAR. But now I can hang on, even if it pulls back, even if it pulls back a little bit more, so it doesn't look like it's pulling back at all. Put a price alert here at say 1856. See if it can induce it upwards a little bit more. You see how it's when I see the wave getting fatter and also the bottom of a bar is not touching the top of the wave, I get a little bit anxious, thinking it's gone a little too parabolic, and you're going to get people taking a profit. Well, car halted on the way up or down? Car is halted on the way down. Avis Budget Group, okay, halted on the way down. As earnings coming up next month, May 4th. Well, not a lot of questions today. I guess everybody knows everything. So you saw it right there, guys. It won the last race. That's where we saw it. Pulled back now a little bit. Let's see if it holds this area. Well, Bird, that's really held 10 nicely. You got a little bit below 10, and then but look at that 10 level right there, and then it just popped, holding 10 nicely, holding 11 nicely. Okay, Jason. So you've not created a symbol list before, have you? Using trade ideas, we call it a symbol list, a watch list. Have you created one before? I'm assuming no, because it says, "How do I create one?" All right. So I'm going to direct you to the guide. I'll go over it in a little bit, okay? But I should direct you to the guide because you might forget. I don't expect you to remember everything I'm going to say. Give me a moment, okay, as I put my homepage link in. So you have a good reference, okay? Okay, so if you click on my homepage link and then scroll down to the education section right here, click on the more info, and then sorry, up here, the Trade Ideas user guide right there, and there's a whole section on watch list. Okay, here it is. Okay, so I'll quickly show you how you can create a watch list. Okay, but here is your guide for it, and it's very good. I mean, there's some videos usually and good text. I think it's pretty clear how you do it. Okay. So in order to monitor a watch list, you cannot just create like Excel, like sort of a list of stocks and you click on it. what you have to do is you create your watch list and then you attach it to a top list window or an alert window. Okay. In order now, it's been a while since I've even created one. If you give me a moment, trying to see what they might think might be the easiest way. If you figure out how you want to monitor it, okay, using a top list window or an alert window, okay, let me take a new top list window, just, but it'll be the same thing, and it won't matter. See where it says symbol list? So if you have a symbol, if you determine how you want to monitor it, but even if you don't, you can pick any top list window at all and start off from this. And if you click, so let me do it again, okay? So if you click on new and then top list window, you see where it says symbol lists? Click on that and you see where it says create new. So you click on create new and give it a name. And you were Jason. I'll call it Jason. Okay, so there it is. Okay. Now, when you do that, you see a box is going to pop up. Here's where you can put all the symbols you want to. You know what? I'm going to show you something a little bit different. Okay, because now I'm understanding. You want to click on stocks and have them show up. No, okay, because there's another way. There's sort of another way by using the heart. But this is the general way to create the symbol list. Okay, so if you had a list of stocks already, maybe like a list, you could copy and paste them in here, or you could just type them in one at a time. Let me type in Macy's. Okay, I'll say okay. So now, next step, again, this is why I want to point you to the guide. You have to add it so it's showing up in this column here. And you click on add existing list. Now, if you've never done one before, you're going to see it immediately right at the top. And what did I call it? Josh or Jason? So here it is, Jason Personal. I click on it. Now it's over here. Okay, it's over in this list. Has to get over here. And then this is a drop-down menu. Exclude the the default is all symbols, but what you would click on is only the following list, and then check it. Okay, and then that would mean that Jason. I don't know why these are here, but only the following list. You would check Jason, say okay, and now it is now attached. Okay, it is now attached to this top list window. But you can you can have an alert window. You can attach that symbol list to any window you've got. If you want to create an alert window with it, or a top list window to monitor it. But this might be a little bit, I don't want to say simpler, but by using the heart. I know it's kind of convoluted, okay? It is kind of convoluted to do all this. Notice Macy's is not showing up here, but it would if I got rid of every single filter that I've got. If I just get rid of Macy's, I'm going to get rid of this. Probably the change. See how Macy's now is showing up? Because I removed every single filter. So if you just wanted to see the stocks that were created in your top in your your symbol list, then you can have a top list window and then remove every single filter, and then you're going to see your list of stocks. Clear as mud so far? But, but this might be also something you might want to do. Okay, so it might be more though that maybe you want to add stocks from a chart. Okay, let's say you click on bird. Okay, you say, "Wow, I want to add that to my symbol list." Okay, these are stocks I want to follow all day long. See where the heart is? If you heart it, it's going to go into what's called your personal list automatically. You don't have to create the symbol list. Okay, it's just going to automatically go into your personal list, which then you can attach again, or it's going to go into your personal list, which you could then attach to your top list window. So let me do that again. I'll show you what I mean. I'm just going to open this top list window. You see where it says my liked? This is something that is created for you automatically. Okay, you don't have to create this. And now the only thing you might have to do is add it. Okay, when you click on a heart, it's going to go immediately into this called my like. And then you might have to add it. I can't remember if it automatically goes over into this list, into this column. But if it doesn't, then you just find it, add and just click on it, and then it'll move over here. And so then you can attach my like to however you want to monitor it. Top list window, an alert window, and you can do that. You can do that all day long. You can just click hearts, and if you want to get rid of one, maybe I've clicked on bird, the heart. I click on Titan, the heart. Okay, now it goes in. And if at some point in time I don't want to see this one anymore, I just, in my like, I just uncheck the heart. So that might be something simple. If you're more in tune with, seeing something on the chart, you say, "Yep, I want to add that to my list of stocks." Now you can also, I don't want to get too, but you can also, let's say you didn't want to add, you can also add it to, maybe you created a symbol list. You don't want to add it necessarily to that my like. Let's say you looked at a firm, you say, yes, I definitely want to add it to the symbol list that I created. I know, Monica or Moose. Um, if you right click on it, you see where it says send a firm to symbol list. Do it again. I go on the way. See where it says send way to, box pops up, symbol list. So if you haven't, you'll see it immediately. You'll see it immediately, and you can just click on whatever symbol list you want to put it into. There's another way to do it. So instead of creating but it means you had to create the symbol list first, but then you can start adding them on the fly. All this is in the guide. Okay. I wish there were an easier way. I wish there were more that you could just, create a very simple, like somehow outside of a top list window or an alert window that you don't have to attach it to, and you could just create a list of stocks, like Excel list of stocks, and then that's it. You know, nice, easy to read column. All right. Okay. Are we going to get? Are we? What sort of a fill are we going to? Not fill, but gap fill are we going to get for the REPL? I'm not going to get too greedy on it because remember, for all the bad news is still out there. Okay, it's not like people are going to forget. But right now, it's an interesting looking bounce play or bottom fishing play. Let's take a look at this race, guys. This has been obviously and look at this is what I'm using. Most new highs for the day. The ion Q, 454 of them. Bird, 437 of them. Here's Bird at the top here. Okay, so ion Q is not there because is it's in here though. Okay, ion Q is probably hasn't won not 10 races yet. Have been or there's not a top 10 list. Let me go over this though. So before I go over it, I want to just direct people to the guide. The same idea as what I was helping Jason with on the top or the symbol list. A lot of this, if you well, you do it over and over again, you don't have to go back to the guide. But if you only do it once, once a week or something, you're going to forget. So that's why the guide is good, just as a reference. So if you click on my homepage link and you scroll down again to that education section, right there, click on the more info, and at the top is the guide. So this is it, the TI stock race. Okay, so this is all about racing. Okay, and how to create your own race, etc. Wow, look at Bird. So all customizable. I'm running a 4-minute race, which is customizable. You don't want to run a 4-minute race. You want to run a 3-minute race, a 5-minute race, a 10-minute race, whatever time period you want. You can do it. I'm running a 4-minute race. So since the race started, we're almost 3.5 minutes into this race. Bird is leading at 28%. It's made a 28% move. Okay, since the race started. More than likely, it's going to, as long as it doesn't drop a lot or REPL moves higher, which I wish it would. Probably going to win this race. And you can see Bird has won 14 races so far. Let this. And there we go. So Bird now has won 15 races. So that's what the number beside the symbol means. How many races has this stock won? So Bird has won 15 races, and NVR 6 races, etc. That's why you got to follow Bird all day long. Doesn't mean that just because you click on it, you just take the trade. But sometimes it's going to look what it did. Pull back to the $10 level, and it got a little bit below 10, but then 10 held, and look what it did from 10. Right here, that $10 level was right about here. Okay, it was holding, and boom. I know. Bird is a word. A crazy old song. So that's why. So if a stock is at the top here, click on it. Okay, a couple of things. You don't have to wait for the race to be over in order for you to click on a symbol. If a stock is leading a race, click on it. Just click on it and see what's happening. Look at G Pro. I mean, G Pro now is right sitting on the VWAP. Maybe it's going to hold. Maybe this is going to act as support, and it might, that longer it holds, maybe it'll start to bounce and move again. We don't know for sure that's what's going to happen. But if you took the trade, like the VWAP is at what, 102? It's at 103 right now. Well, maybe let it get up to 106 or something, clearing it, and you take the trade. Again, I'm not saying to do it, but it's an idea. And then you put your stop just under the VWAP and see if it works. We don't know, but the VWAP can act as support. Just look at the SXTP. A little bit choppy. It was through the VWAP. It's at the VWAP, but you don't know what you're going to see unless you click on the symbol. Obviously, if a stock has won a race before, click on it. See what's happening. Here's the NICM. Let's see what's happening. I don't know. This is it's still up for the day. Started trading as NICM yesterday. I don't. It's not shortable for me, so because this looks like it wants to keep drifting down. But click CIIT. I don't know what I'm going to see until I click on it. Maybe it's starting to curl. It had the big pullback, pullback, pullback. Little bit of a buy flag there. Maybe it's going to start to curl. So you could take the trade at say this 147 mark, put a stop at say 139. Again, this is not a recommendation, but it's an idea. When you see these sort of things happening, the VWAP can act as a bit of a magnet. It's still a strong stock. It's still up 5.8%. So you never know. So I do understand what you said, but unfortunately, this is an English only room. Okay. Sorry, 161. English only room. I cannot, it's too hard. Because if you can't, even though I know I can do translation and all that in text, but it's too hard to explain if you can't hear me. So, question now has to be, if you're looking at this for the first time or relatively new, why are these stocks showing up here? So if you right click, all races start from a top list window. So if I right click in this race, open the top list. One of the options, open the top list. So all races start from a top list window. Notice what happens if I right click on the top list, launch the real-time stock race, okay? But why are these stocks showing up in this top list window? Well, these are the ones I want to see because I right click, click on configure. This is how I've constructed it. Click on the summary. The stock is between $1 and $50. 200,000 shares are traded minimum and up 2% from yesterday's close. It's going to be here. Okay. So this is the list of stocks. And here's how you can use a top list this way still. You don't have to run a race on it if you don't want. But if you just wanted to see the stocks that were up the most today. So here's Bird, 367%. What does that mean? 367% from yesterday's close. NCI, 96%, etc., all the way down. So you can sort on any column header you've got. As long as you've got the column header, you can sort on it. So the change from the open, that's what that O% means. If I double left click rapidly, I can sort on that. Bird is up 70% from its first trade of the day. It has moved 70% from its first trade of the day. That's what that means. So you can sort on any column header you've got. So, the use of a top list window in the past, and again, you can still use it like this, but again, show me the stocks that are up the most today. Show me the stocks that are down the most today. Show me the stocks that are up the most in the last 15 minutes, down the most in the last 15 minutes, etc. As long as you have the column header, you can sort on it. But what the race does, though, it doesn't care. All it cares about is in this list of stocks, since the race started, what stock is moving the most. Now, you will more than likely, these stocks that are up the most from the previous day's close are probably going to be up here all day long. Why? Because people are focusing on these stocks. I mean, Bird up 376%, Watt 33%, etc. But what can also happen though is the race doesn't care where it is in this list of stocks. And by the way, just because the stock is up 377% doesn't mean at the end of the day it might be up 500%. Okay, I'm not saying this is going to happen with Bird, but I mean you can see. I mean it hit a high of $14. So I don't discount the fact that a stock is up a lot. It could still keep moving higher. But what the race does, it doesn't care where it is in this list. All it cares about is what stock in this list of stock is moving the most percentage wise. A Bird again, it's moving 7.5%. But what if it's a stock that we have followed in the past? Well, I'll pick anyone. Here's Children's Place, okay? PLCE, it's up 9.9%. But what if all of a sudden it was up 10%, 11%, 18%, moving up this list? How would you ever know? Well, that's what the race does for you. Again, it doesn't care where it is. It just cares what is moving the most since the race started percentage-wise. And as I showed you before, you can also use it for flowbacks because you don't, sometimes this happens. Give me a moment. I'm sure the stocks will appear once 3:30. It's sort of like Le Mans, guys. So yes, the race starts at 4, but it's a 4-minute race, but it takes 30 seconds to rev up. Cars are getting ready, 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 and then the flag drops now. Okay, so we don't know what stocks are going to show up in this race. I mean, we know they have to be in this list. And by the way, this list can expand and contract all day long as stocks meet the filter requirements. The main one would be well, first of all, it has to be between $1 and $50. So a stock that gets above 50 will drop out, and if it gets below 1, it'll drop out. Or maybe it's not up 2% from yesterday's close anymore. So that's why this is not a static list. Now, the other thing you can do is the question Jason asked before. What if I wanted to create my own list of stocks that I want to follow? Maybe you've got a basket of stocks that you like to follow every single day for whatever reason. Maybe it's a bunch of stocks from the S&P, maybe 15 or 20 of them that you just want to follow them every day. Well, you can do that. You can create what we call a symbol list or a watch list, and then you attach it. You go into configure and the symbol list. You would make sure it's in this column, and then you would say only the following list, and you would attach it. Okay, you would assuming you moved it over to this column, and then you would attach it. Don't understand why I keep saying. Anyway, okay, so you could attach that now, or it could be a different list every day. Maybe you do some work at night and you see the stocks and you see some stocks you really want to follow the next day. You can create a list like that and launch the race on it. All races have to start from a top list window, though. Okay, so that's another way in which you can use trade ideas using a symbol list and using the race to follow your favorite stocks. Now, here's an easy way. Here's an easy way that if you don't want to create a top list from scratch, excuse me, here's an easy way in which you can take either of these two top lists, okay, you load or races, load them from my home page. I'm going to duplicate it so I don't stop it. Excuse me. So you see where the gear is. So let's say you loaded this from my homepage. By the way, if you load this from my homepage right now, thank you, El Turu. You're always liking. Yeah, maybe I should ask people if you're in YouTube and you like what you see. I don't very often self promote, but if you like it, then give me a, give the give the YouTube room a like. And if you don't like it, let me know. So I've duplicated this list. Now, if you take my top list window or my race from my home page, and then you're wondering, well, wait a minute, how come I'm not seeing all this? Okay, so as William says, like, follow, subscribe. Okay, in that order. Because when you take anything from my home page and say it was the race, your race will start from when you load it. So right now it's 10:46 a.m. Eastern time. That's when your race will start, and you will develop your own top 10 list. I should have mentioned this because automatically a top 10 list is developed for you, made up of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. So it gives you good focus. You could just maybe focus on these stocks and that's it. You could click on them and see what's happening. Are they setting up for you? Now, here's an easy way. If you take my race, that instead of starting a top list from scratch, you can take my race with my top list, and you can if you click on the gear, excuse me, here's a quick way. So, for instance, you may not like the price range that I'm using. Okay, so you could adjust the price range right here, the min and the max right there. And if you wanted a different minimum volume, if that's all you wanted to do in terms of changing, then very simple. And then you just say, okay, make the changes, okay. And then those changes will be enacted for your race. Or you can also click on the advanced. And here's where you're going to see all the filters that are being used. There's only one other one, up 2% from yesterday's close. Excuse me. So if you wanted to change that, you could change that. Just give me a moment. And here's how you can, if you have any experience trading, here's how you can start adding. Maybe you've got some favorite filters that you want to add to my top list window. And so basically taking my top list window and creating it and adding whatever you want to add to make it your own. So you don't have to create the top list from scratch if you don't want to. And then you just say okay. And then the race will start using your set of parameters. Hopefully that makes sense. Just a quick way. So you don't have to you don't have to create a top list from scratch. You can take mine and just adjust them, just the parameters. Now, here's the other thing you can do. So your race has started, okay? Remember, I'm running a 4-minute race. Maybe you've made your adjustments, if you've made any at all, or maybe you like everything I got, but you don't like the time frame that I'm running. You want to run a different time frame of a race. So you click on the box, and then you right click, and that stops the race. Right click, and at the very top, show the race setup. Here's how you can, the minutes to run. I have chosen 4 minutes. You can always change that to whatever time frame you want. Now, if you're going to ask me why did I choose 4, I did. It's not that 4 is magic or not. Or some people run 3-minute races, 5-minute races, 10-minute races, whatever you want to run. The only other thing you may or may not want to change when you load it from my homepage, and if you go to this setup, you're going to notice that auto start at time is checked. So I used to only want to start this race at 9:30, sort of when the 9:30 open. But I've decided I do want to run it whenever I load trade ideas, which is obviously all the time in the pre-market. So if you uncheck the auto start at time and you check auto start at load, then the race will start the minute you load trade ideas, whatever time that is. Okay? I know a lot to digest, But all of this is in the guide. That's why I wanted to point you to the guide. Okay. Now, just to look at this race, this is a different race. Okay, different set of filters. That's why different symbols are here. If I right click and open this top list, look at the difference. You know, there are not that many compared to this one. Why? Because I've got some filters in here that's preventing a lot of stocks from showing up. Again, this is not a static list. This will, stocks will disappear and and come back, or new stocks will come in and out of this list. Because if I look at this list, this is what I'm looking for: stocks between $10 and $70. Current volume has to be at least normal, 1.1. Volume is 200,000 shares, up 2% from yesterday's close. Kind of the same, but this is what was really restricted. See the position in day. We've got a lot of great position and range filters, and this is one of them. The position in the day's range. So you see where it says 95. If I put 100 there, that would mean the stock is right at the high of the day. So at 95, since if it's right at the very top, and not, it could be at the high of the day, but it has to be at least near the high of the day by putting 95 here. Also, the float has to be 50 million minimum, and the market cap is going to be 500 million minimum. Those filters are not here, so that's why this list is way bigger. Now, you can take this the way it is, or you can, of course, make adjustments the same way as I showed you before, or you can leave it the way it is. Okay, 162. Well, I hope I can help you, depending what the question is. Just give me one moment. All right, guys, I'm back. Well, hopefully you can hear me, 162, or were you the one who posted in Italian before? 161, 317. Let's see if they're the same. Oh, no, you're different. Okay. So if you have a question, fire away, 162 422 05. Hey, guys, USAR is still kind of working. All right, I'm gonna have to ask 161 if you can hear me. Not, don't everybody answer. I'm just can you hear me? 162. Okay. All right, guys. Let's see what's happening over here in this. Now, another one. Just I love the ones just over the whole number. Okay, PRM. Let's take a look at PRM and perimeter solutions. The next line, a monthly chart. Okay, let's take a look on the weekly chart. Yeah, too close. See, the stock is at 27.16, and the next time the weekly chart is 27.39. So for me, it's just too close. Yeah. Can you hear me? 162. Just ask your question or post your question. Okay, you can hear me. Okay, well, post your question then. Okay, you can hear me. Great. Well, I'll do my best to help you. Boy, Bird is still strong, guys. I mean, it is not. It is not given much up. I mean, it is still very strong. The high up here at 14. Mm-hmm. I'm seeing MNTS right at the top here. Okay, so 162, you cannot automate the AI. Number one, okay, you cannot automate the AI. The only auto trading you can do is with your own strategy that you create. Okay, so you cannot automate the AI at all. But you can, if you wanted to, you can automate your own strategy that you've back tested, and you can use our simulator to see how well it would have worked. But you cannot automate the AI. Wow, MNTS guys is rippage now. The next high looking left is 783 on the weekly chart. So I mean, again, 162. If you, I don't know what sort of trading experience you've got, but if you create your own scan, your own alert window scan, you can automate it if you want. It's a very advanced topic. Most people do not automate, do not, but it can be done, but only with your own scan. Look how happy the market is. Interesting. Yeah, our day. I wonder why the powers that be decided it should be halfway, but like in the middle of the month. Canada, it's April 30th at the end of the month. I wonder why April 15th. There must be a reason why April 15th. Well, you don't need Brokerage Plus to do that though, 162. So who's your broker? Number one. I mean, here are the AI alerts. Okay, so if you saw something you like, okay, you saw something you like, who's your broker? And you just manually trade it. Okay, perfect. That's my broker too. So here's what you can do. You manually would trade it from within Interactive Brokers. I find it. I mean, you can do it using Brokers Plus, but there's no real reason to do that. But if you click on, yeah, well, first of all, did you know that you can link to Interactive Brokers? And by linking, I mean this. If I click on Tools from the toolbar and then External Linking, notice that I am linked to Interactive Brokers, and it's really simple to do. Linking meaning, so for instance, if I saw Watt, I see Watt right there. Okay. Now, first of all, do you have this window of the AI trades today? You have this window up and running. That if you don't, then I'll show you how to get that. But bottom line though is this: if I get the alert for Watt, I click on it. I like what I see. It is loaded into my order entry in Interactive Brokers, and from there I trade it. You can pick and choose what you want. So I know I'm asking a lot of questions. So first of all, do you have this window? Are you following this window to follow the AI trades? Just let me know. I'll show you how to load it because I think that's the easiest way to track the AI trades on a daily basis. But you cannot automate. You cannot automate though. That's what I'm saying. You cannot automate the AI alerts. You cannot speak. No, nobody can speak. I'm the only one. Okay. Yeah, assuming you can hear me. Obviously, you can hear me, but you cannot automate the AI alerts. You have to manually trade them. Are you new to trading also? Because I mean, auto trading is such an advanced topic. Most people do not do it. But I mean, listen. I mean, if you have if you're new to trading, then believe me, auto trading is not the way to go. Okay. Now, the other thing I'd like to direct you to, if you're new to trading, not just new to trade ideas, Trade Ideas is a fantastic program, but it's called Trade Ideas for a reason. It generates ideas to trade. It doesn't mean that everything I see here, I've got a lot of symbols, that they're all what I would call tradable. I click on the symbol, I check my chart. If I like what I see, then I'll trade it. So if you're new to trading though, I would suggest you also do something like this. Because you have to have an idea about when you look at a chart, what it's trying to tell you. So if you click on my homepage link and then scroll down a little bit to the education section, click on the more info, and then where it says back to basics. Now, the other thing to do is if you haven't done this already, if you're new to trade ideas, then mandatory you do this first. Okay, getting started with trade ideas and 12 short videos to get you started. But then if you're new to trading, I would take a look at this also. The Back to Basics is free. 15 videos to get you started. You may not have to look at the first one, like what is a stock and all, but because you have to have a knowledge of trading. We have a simulator that you can use to practice trading. It uses our real-time data. Probably not the answer you wanted. I know you wanted, well, I just want to automate the AI and let it run. Unfortunately, you cannot do that. But if you have interactive brokers on 162, if you have interactive brokers, it's super simple. I mean, I have interactive brokers. I've been using it since, 2016, and I trade from within interactive brokers. I mean, understand that when I click on the symbol, Ion Q, I click on Ion Q, it's loaded right into my order entry on interactive brokers, and from there I trade it. I mean, it's pretty darn simple. You have IB, which is a really nice program. Well, is it pretty? No, it's not pretty, but it's very reliable. Well, the stop loss is indicated right here. Okay, if you want to follow the stop loss for say Watt, okay, and you again remember you're going to do this manually. But if you have no trading experience at all, it's these are symbols that have been generated today. Doesn't mean they're all going to work, of course. So, but if I looked at Watt has obviously moved 10.9%. So obviously it worked very well. So when you get this, the alert price, say 1975, also a stop is generated. 1915 is your stop. Okay, that will actually dictate how many shares to buy. Okay, because the way I trade, and I think I think the way I'd like to see most people trade is that when you trade, you should have, if the trade doesn't work, how much are you willing to lose on the trade if it doesn't work? Okay, so the stop loss is created for you, so you don't have to worry about that. But here is not, and the math is almost simple, almost simple. What you would do, I mean, this is why trading is not, the easiest thing in the world to start off with, but your stop is going to be what, 60 cents away. So if you said to yourself, you know what, I only want to risk $50 a trade. Well, you could take approximately 100 shares then, okay? Because if you got stopped out, you're going to lose $60. It's 60 cents away. If you took the trade at 1975 and you allowed yourself to get stopped out here at 60 cents away, so if you took 100 shares, you would lose $60. So it's really how many shares you're going to take is going to be based on your entry and the stop that you're going to use. If you use the AI stop, I mean, it's set right there for you. Okay. And how much you're going to risk is going to be dependent on your account size. Hopefully, it makes sense that if you have a $5,000 account, you're not going to risk $1,000 a trade. So again, I don't trade that way 162, okay? I mean, some do. I mean, if you want to put, I, well, first of all, if you're going to use the AI stop, well, that's not going to work, 0.5%, okay? That's not going to work, obviously, because I don't know what the percentage would be. But, look at the different stops: 39.90, 38.70, 891, 864. So if you're going to use the stop that is generated, then, the 0.5% is not going to work. If you want to use 0.5%, I mean, I don't, because I don't think it, there are a lot of people out there that says, you know what, every trade I take, I'm going to risk 10 cents or 50 cents or 20 cents or a certain percent. I like to have it be based on something like a chart reading where I think there's support on the chart. If it broke down through that area, I want to be out of the trade, things like that. But that's the way I trade. Wow, look at Bird now, guys. Bird, what is it, Monica? Bird is what? What is it? You got to complete the sentence. Bird is the what? The word. There you go. I took myself out of the REPL, guys. Basically, a small loss. It did not continue higher. I had a little profit in it, and I was hoping it would get into the 235s, 240s. Did not do it. Remember what I said? I mean, just because the stock is up 300% doesn't mean it can't be up. It can't be up 500%. Okay. I think people get really hung up and say, you know what? I don't want to see a stock that's already up 300%. Why would I want to see that stock? Because it can be up 500% at the end of the day, or 600%. Well, I mean, the news is, I mean, they're going to be changing their name to New Bird AI or something like that. Okay, they're going to get into the AI business. I love this headline. All bird stocks soars near 400%. The flailing shoe company is pivoting to AI. I mean, amazing. Well, that's just old. I'm sorry, 162. It's just old. I mean, there are some, if you do a search on it, yeah, I mean, this is like 2, 3, 4 years old. Sorry. Regarding, I mean, we used to be able to, I don't know, it's probably been 3 years, and it's hard, we can't scrub everything. So when people do a search, I guess some of these old videos show up. It's hard for us to delete everything that had any reference to auto trading the AI. Okay. My first buy was 810 for Bird. And my first sell was just, well, my first and only sell was just a little after that, just before it got halted. Very proud of myself. And now it's $16. So when you say copy trading or signals, what do you mean by that? I mean, I'm sharing a lot of scans, 162. But again, if what is your knowledge of trade ideas right now? Never mind just trading, But what is your knowledge of trade ideas? Are you brand new to trade ideas also? Because you I mean, I'm sharing a lot of my scans. There's also scans here. If you click on new from the toolbar, and if you click, so you click on new from the toolbar, and then click on dock to channel bar. Okay, first thing you have to do, I mean, it's a software program. It's like any other software program. There's a bit of a learning curve. So I don't know if you've heard me before, but you have to do sort of make this mandatory. You go to my home page, and scroll down until you see the education section. Click on the more info, and then you see where it says getting started with trade ideas. You have to do this. It's mandatory. 12 short videos to get you started. This is not going to make you an expert at trade ideas, but at least it'll get you started to understand like what is an alert window, what is a top list window, how do our charts work. Okay, they're very short videos, but do yourself a favor. If you have zero knowledge about trade ideas, it's like any other software program. There is a bit of a learning curve. We try to make it easy with these short videos. Okay, and then I would heartily recommend that you look at the back to basics. Just give me a moment, okay? Just give me a moment, guys. I'll be right back. Okay, guys, sorry about that. I had to A bird has made 824 new highs today, and it's late. That's why you got to follow the stock that's winning most races and made the most new highs. You follow all day long. And try to figure out a way to trade them. Either on pullbacks. This might pull back again. Maybe if it pulls back to, that'd be a massive pullback back down to the 13 level, but you never know. It pulls back into a level that you like. That's why you have to have some trading experience. Boy, look at, Bird is making another new high, guys. Let's see if that count changes from 824 to, looks like it would have to get up to 861 or so. Yeah. Once you come back, this room, the one you're in, is actually open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. Okay, I don't get on the mic until 9, but the room is actually open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. Plenty of traders are in the room, but they may not interest you if you're new to trading. The pre-market is sort of a different animal, but certainly come back. Okay. This was the one I should have taken. I said we're going to take some ETF, and I should have taken the Tesla ETF. Tesla is up. The stock is up at least 6% right now. I even saw that I have this one thumbnail, so I do see this one. SkyQ. SkyQ is active again. It's above yesterday's high, guys. So remember, 2 days ago, got up to almost $20. So keep an eye on this. It's just, it's starting to a little bit over the VWAP. Okay, guys, what time is it now? 11:25. So I'm going to check to see whether or not Dan Merkin, the CEO of Trade Ideas, is going to do his YouTube thing today at noon, between noon and 1. And if so, it is your chance or time to ask the CEO questions. Yeah, Bank of America is an earnings play. BAC, I don't trade these, but I mean, BAC is an earnings play. Okay, I'm going to hold this one here. I want to see if Bird makes another new high, and it just did. So that just jumped. That number just jumped. Just give me a moment. All right, guys, maybe keep an eye on NNBR. Why? Well, it's right at the VWAP, okay? Right at the VWAP. It's a little bit under, in the VWAP area. Still up 27%, trading 70 times normal up to this time of day. And any news on it? Yeah, so this is they released April 30th, so at the end of the month, but they've done some preliminary releasing preliminary results. So that is the reason for the spike. May as well be an earnings play then. Wow, third. This is definitely the irrational exuberance at play right here, guys. Well, how about up 700% now? You know what? Okay, guys, I have to. What time is it now? 11:29. I have to leave for maybe 10 minutes. Okay, I'll put my announcement up here. Just give me a moment. Okay, guys. So I'll be yeah, maybe about 10 minutes. All right, guys, I'm back. Okay, guys, yeah, I got a confirmation. So Dan Merkin will start a YouTube stream. He will not take over my stream. He'll start his own YouTube stream, usually around 5 to 12. Okay. Pepe will more than likely give me the link. I'm wondering. I'm following what Jamik is saying. I had no problem trading Bird early, but maybe later on they decided they didn't want people to trade it. That's all I can say. Still, okay. How early, Jimmy? Because I mean, I trade. I didn't. What is the time I traded? I can't remember what time I traded it, but it was after 9:30. Oh, it's your account. Okay. Really? Well, that's when I traded it, just before the halt myself. Why do I think this is just going to keep running? This reminds me a little bit of Oracle of 2 days ago. Okay, let's see now. Bird is having a pullback to what though? What is it pulling back to? Nothing. Well, there's a 10 SMA and a 5 minute chart. Oh, okay. So it wasn't just Bird you couldn't trade. Something's going wrong with your account. Interesting. Okay, so Sky Q now. Did it win a race? It did not win a race. So Sky Q now is right at the $10 level. So will this hold it? Okay. So number one, will that whole number hold it? Will the VWAP hold it? Okay. VWAP hold it. In a choppy one, boy, I mean, it got up to 1090 and, not that long, but right back down to 10. Yeah, look at these moves. I mean, I saw Xanadu. I mean, look at the volume coming in. Never mind 22 plus. How about 23 plus? How about 24 plus? Xanadu has made 149 new highs. All right, here's way. I want to see what it looks like. It's just over the whole number. The next high looking left is 2465. So there's certainly room for way just over the whole number. So we certainly have three nice ones from the AI. And what I want to see though is, yeah, so AI wanted to short MNTS. Not a good idea today. No short, there were no shorts available for me anyway. So that was not a good day to be shorting probably. It's wanted to short the P double I also. When you say pressing the trade button, I don't know what you mean by that. I press submit. I don't know if that's what you mean by the trade button in IB. Yeah, so I mean, you click on the buy, you how many shares you want, what price you want to get in at, and then submit. Okay, guys, sorry about that. So way now, wow, way. I mean, just looked at it and was just at 22, and now it's at 22.65. I wish it were that easy, just looking at a stock and have it go up. Look at Bird, guys. I mean, right back up. I mean, these are big, pretty sizable moves. 1780, right back up to 2064. Yeah, if people had shorts for it, for the bird. Probably not widespread. Well, I already asked earlier, Fidelity, of course, international brokers don't, Fidelity and E-Trade. Now, if you've got Centerpoint, if you've got Cobra, if you've got Trade Zero, you probably have, I'm sure you have shorts for it, but probably for the most part, not a lot of shorts available for Bird. Well, so much for SkyQ holding 10, guys. I'm just looking now. SkyQ now underneath 10. Well, in many cases, that's a good thing, not having shorts available. Yeah, in retrospect, you think, if this is actually going to be the high, well, it's so obvious you should have shorted here. Yeah. Probably looked obvious here, 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 here. And now, sure, maybe this is the high, but yeah, it doesn't really bug me at all not having shorts available for these crazy ones. You get really hurt. You can get hurt. You can get hurt going long it too. I mean, you get hurt the both ways with these low float stocks that are like 197 million shares of traded, 6,200 times normal. I'll bet you are glad you canceled that order. Okay, guys. So Dan probably is going to start. At least the link should be available very soon. Again, your opportunity to talk to the Trade Ideas CEO, Dan Merkin, will be starting his own YouTube stream, basically between 12 and 1 Eastern Time as I take my break. So those of you in YouTube, I'll have to put that link in YouTube too, because he doesn't take over my stream in YouTube. Okay, guys. Bird back over 20, again over 20, curling, curling. All right. Thank you, Pepe, as always. So here is the link. Okay. Now he's actually got his screen displaying. He's not live yet. Well, he's not talking yet, but here is the link. So for those of you in YouTube, okay, this is the link. I better put the reason why I'm putting this link in. Okay, he's actually talking now. So Pepe put the link in. So he's actually talking now, and there's the YouTube link. I'm going to take off now. Okay, so for those of you who are in YouTube right now, that link I just put in there, the YouTube link, that is for a live stream for the Trade Ideas CEO Dan Merkin. Okay, you can listen to him. You ask him questions. Okay, guys. So I'm going to take a break starting now. I'll probably be back by about 1 o'clock. Whoops, I'm not on mute anymore, am I? Okay, back around 1 p.m. So I'm gonna mute myself now. All right, guys, I'm back. I'm assuming Dan is done. All right, boy, I almost looked at shorting DOO. I'm not sure if you're still in it, William. Are you back in it now that it's over 50 or it's right at $50? Not sure what you're doing on that one. I didn't want to short it if you were still in it. Bird won 31 races, guys, 31 races, and 1,100 new highs for the day. That's probably a record since I've been doing this, tracking the new highs. Okay, guys, I'm just looking at some of my thumbnail charts, see if there's anything interesting happen. Maybe take a look at this TVTX. I have this one thumbnailed on my other monitor, one of my other monitors, and TVTX. It is now, yeah, just at the VWAP right now. It's down for the day. Had a big day yesterday, and so there was the close. So it's about 80 cents below the close of yesterday. But it's over the VWAP. What's the spread like? Not terrible. It's 24.36, 41.24, 41.32. So not a terrible spread, 8 cents right now. And it's just over the VWAP. And this must have been the news yesterday too. Okay, so the stock soars on FDA nod for Filspari in second kidney indication. Am I saying that right? Now, did you do that on purpose, Obi? Sopa pop, trying to mimic soda pop, or was it just a coincidence? Yeah, this TVTX looks kind of interesting. Yeah, we don't call it tonic. We have tonic water up here, which is you don't call it tonic. You don't call Coke tonic. You do not call Coke tonic water or tonic. Maybe you do. Maybe that's a Baston thing. Really? You don't say I'm going. No, a can of tonic. If you're talking about a can of Coke, really? Because there is tonic water, which is a mixer. But anyway, 41.30. You know what? The TVTX is really interesting to me, guys. Um, what's the volume like? Pretty good volume. Yeah, 2.8, 6 times normal. All right, guys, it is now 1:05. So, Ozzy, are you in the room, back in the room? I was just wondering, I'm sure you were there listening to Dan. Were you happy, supercharged? Anybody ask the CEO of Trade Ideas any questions? Like, when are we going to get the buy flag and the sell flag as a part of a scan? Or do you guys just sort of not bother? Give me a moment, guys. Just gonna put my homepage link in. All right, one last time. So, subscription time. If you want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, here's how you do it. You can use my promo code. You'll get 15% off the first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. Applies to both our standard and our premium services. If you're going to take out a subscription, please use my code. Why? I moderate 2 trading rooms. The rooms are free. The company will keep them free if they see my code being used enough. Really that simple. They track the code usage. So if you're sitting in YouTube right now, for those of you who are left, and you're wondering what other room am I talking about, I'm talking about the trading room, and it is free also. Trading room. This trading room was actually open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. Obi opens it up. Thank you, Obi. I don't. I live in Vancouver, so it's too early for me. So thank you, Obi, for doing that. I get on the mic, both rooms around 9 o'clock, and I typically take off between 2 and 2:30. But after I take off, William keeps this room open most days between 3:30 and 3:45. So if you're looking for a more interactive experience in a trading room that is also free, come into this room right here called the trading room off my homepage. Keep scrolling down, keep it simple, get the trade of the week. The trade of the week is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Not a soda pop. Okay, and then education. So you know the drill, guys. If you click on my homepage link and you are now a new subscriber to Trade Ideas or you're thinking about it, go to the education section, click on the more info, and first thing you mandatory you do, getting started with Trade Ideas, 15 short videos to cover which cover most of the key elements of the program. And again, if you don't have Trade Ideas, start off with that second video, go to the end. Should give you a good enough idea about whether or not you want to try us for at least a month. Monthly subscriptions are just that, month to month. You can unsubscribe at any time. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. Okay, 15 videos, free if you're new to trading. And if you're looking for my scans and races, etc., you've clicked on my homepage link. Middle section, here they are. So this is a large cap race. This is a more volatile race. Has nothing to do with the market cap at all. It's just a wide open race. Upside versus downside movers right here. Everything everything you see as a crawl, all real time. Okay, so if it's green, it means it made a new intraday high, and if it's red, an intraday low. Other filters in place, just taking 2 competing scans and running them off against each other. Pre-market actors up and down. That's what I use in the pre-market. Ultra zooms is over here. Ooh, PLBA. Yeah, PLBL got halted a few times. And here's some other scans that I'm currently sharing. You can take a look at them. I don't have them up and running right now, but you can certainly take a look at them. So, looking at some of our AI alerts now. Yeah, today was not the day to go short. I'm looking at the two AI shorts. Definitely not the day to go short. Yeah, CYCU, I see down here. Somebody's talking about it. Maybe Obi. All right. So William's going to 3:30 to 3:45, and now I'm going to shut my. I'm going to keep my screen displayed until 3:30. Okay. I um I will probably shut it off at 3:30, even if you keep the room going till 3:45. Reason being is I have things I want to do. I don't want to accidentally display them on the screen I'm displaying. Yeah, we're all friends until you lend somebody money and they don't pay you back. Then they're not friends anymore. Not that I have had any experience with that. Guys, Bird, I don't know if Bird is done. I mean, look at Bird. It doesn't want to completely collapse. I mean, yes, it's down $6 from the high, but which was the high was up here, was at 24 about $24, 24.50 or so, 24.31. But like a total collapse would, be down near the VWAP, I think. So what you bought Tesla put, so you were thinking it was going down? Is that the idea? Because I'm noticing now, that if you bought this one, this is a short version of a short ETF for Tesla. So it's had a bit of a run from 21 up to 22. Who the heck uses the 34-day EMA on a 3-minute chart? Who the heck does that? I mean, this actually looks kind of interesting to buy this one. 20, just over 22. So if you think Tesla is going to keep moving down, you can buy this one. And there's the VWAP up here, 2264, could act as a bit of a magnet. Speaking of the VWAP, yeah, I see how the SPY broke down a little bit, but then popped right back up. Why not? Put a price alert up here, 169.89 or 82. Okay, guys. Well, listen, it's 116, sort of running out of steam a little bit. Had a bit of a sleepless night with what's going on. So I'm a little bit, as I used to say, in down a court. So if there are no questions, I will hang around till 2, but I might put myself on mute and only hop back on if there's a question. So I asked a question earlier. Anybody attend Dan's YouTube stream between 12 and 1? And if so, what did you think? And any gems, little nuggets he might have dropped? I'll put myself on mute now. All right, guys, I'm now back again. For how long, I don't know. I see the SPY just took, wow, the SPY just took that big pop up, didn't it? So is this an all-time high right here? I think it got to 699, didn't it? Not today, but didn't it get to 699 sometime earlier? Well, you can see it right here on the, yeah, right here, 697.84. Well, wait a minute, 690. Sorry, my eyes are a little 697.14. And so this must be an all-time high now. 698 must be an all-time high. Morning, Omar. If you just joined, when you say just joined, you just took out a subscription to Trade Ideas. Is that what you mean? Yeah, so nobody can really answer a question like that for you, okay, Omer? I mean, none of us are financial advisors, so I would be remiss in saying yes, it's a good time, or no, it's not a good time, okay? The only thing I can say about it is that, I mean, obviously the time to get in would have been down here. Right now, you're kind of chasing it. That's all I can say. You are kind of chasing it. And the next high looking left on the daily chart is fairly close. Looks like that's 179. So you're pretty close to that next high, which could stall it also. Now, William probably doesn't like CYCU. He's being a little prickly when he's saying that. But you know, I mean, obviously it's had a great run, but the time to have bought it would have been down here if you'd seen it down here, you know, at the 123 mark. But you know, now it's already sort of pulling back. It's a low float, 5 million in the float. So you know, you have to definitely be aware of that. Now, you know, if you're talking about long term or swing trading, that's different. But even then, you know, you've got to look at that high over there. But this has been a stock that has done many reverse splits, obviously. No, the stock never hit $18,443. You know, it did a bunch of reverse splits. And so now it's, you know, we've seen this one be active over the last, well, in fact, I'm not even sure. I got to make sure of that. Yeah, I don't know what happened here. I really don't know what happened here. 187 down to here. I don't really know what happened. Okay, William. Is very an external alert like text or email? What do you mean by that? If you're talking about trade ideas, do we deliver text alerts or email alerts? Is that what you mean? If that's your question, not really. Yeah, not really. No. I mean, in theory, yes, but not really. In practice, no. They've been working on it for a long time, but not really. You wouldn't like it. Now, maybe if you want one alert a day, perhaps, but certainly, you know, I would say the answer to that question is really no. So, William, did you go round 10 or so on DOO? You know, once it got over 50 again? I see it's had a nice little run to 51.33 now. Now, just because we were talking about it, it's I mean, look what it did. Not that it's not because we were talking about it, but did hold the VWAP though. CYCU did hold the VWAP. Bird, guys, believe it or not, this bird is back over 20, right? Has not given it up. I mean, this has been an amazing trader all day long, and when I say giving it up, I mean, with that float and 245 million shares have traded, but there's still enthusiasm for it. Aha. Okay. Thank you. All right, guys. Okay. So the swing picks. Well, if you subscribe to it, Sunday night, I guess, I don't know when the email goes out. Is it Sunday night or Monday morning? Well, you'll just have to see how well it works for you. Yeah. I mean, the email will outline 5 stocks, gives you a suggested entry and a suggested stop. And how you trade them, if you trade them, will be up to you. So you did not have a Trade Idea subscription before, right, Patricia? This is the first you've had this like the $17 a month swing picks. I just want to make sure you didn't have Trade Ideas before. Okay. The only reason I asked that is because the swing picks are included with a subscription, so I didn't want you to be paying a double, or in it, you didn't have to pay this for the swing picks because it's part of the standard service. Well, let's hope it works out for you. I mean, it's all laid out. I'm not a swing trader, so I really couldn't tell you how well they're working or not. But not every one of them is going to necessarily appeal to. I mean, it depends on the price range you're looking at. Just out of curiosity, let's take a look at them though. Okay, I'll click on docked or new, and then dock channel bar, and then I'm going to go down to where are the swing picks. Swing picks. So if you just subscribe today, I mean, here they are, but so here's Adam. So this is how it looks like. Look for a move above 510 and your stop loss. So it's all with a bit of an idea about what, or a blurb about why. Now, some of you may not want this one as an example. Maybe it's out of your price range. I'm not saying it is, but $310 stock. Now, $310 stock with a stop at 215. That's a pretty big stop, but another one, very, very expensive, 679, 486. Yeah, so there's some fairly expensive ones here. In fact, all of them are expensive except for the Atom. Now, it doesn't mean every week it's like that. All right, guys. Well, I think I'll wrap it up today. If there are no more questions, before I go, for those of you who are still in YouTube, I will put my homepage link in and show you how you can get over into the main trading room, which will still be open till at least 3:30, sometime between 3:30 and 3:45. Okay, so again, only for those in YouTube right now. So if you click on my homepage link and you click on it, and this is what you're going to see. So if you scroll down a little bit, and right here, the trading room. So this room will be open until 3:30, at least 3:30, maybe to 3:45 today. Okay. Also, this room is open at 6:45 a.m. in the Eastern time. 6:45. I don't get on the mic until 9 o'clock for both rooms. So this room is, and it's a lot more action in this room. Okay. So if you're, again, sitting in YouTube wondering what I'm talking about, you're looking for a lot more interaction amongst other traders, you can come into this room, the trading room. It's free also. Another, unfortunately, we just speak English here, Mauro, I guess, Mauro, Marenco. We only speak English in this room. I cannot answer in it looks like that must be, is that Italian or Spanish? Not sure. I should know, but capire il funzionamento. Yes, you are magnificent. On RFK Jr. News, okay, hymns popped. Something about the obesity drug, of course. Well, probably. So is it about this, the FDA, whether to allow compounding pharmacies to manufacture certain peptides? Is that well, here's hymns in here. So is that the news? Oh, I see. So this is what you're talking about, to reverse the restrictions on peptides. He's a big fan of peptides. Okay. Pretty anecdotal. Big fan of peptides, has personally used them to heal injuries with really good effect. Pretty anecdotal. How many other people have used them with a really good effect? That was Italian? Okay. Should have known that. Il. Yeah, IL is usually all right. Well, I guess that's, yeah, well, obviously helping hymns. You are not bad, Mauro Marenco. Moro, maybe it's Moro. You see, if it was Spanish, it'd be Mauro. Maybe it's Moro if it's Italian. Doesn't help. I know you're in Italy, but it doesn't help the pronunciation. So would it be Moro, like sort of like Morrow, pronounced that way? Or is it Mauro, which is the would be the Spanish pronunciation? At any rate, Arrivederci Roma. How's that? 1960s. The Rome Olympics. No, I wasn't there. All right, guys. Well, yeah, pretty good day for Snowman in our YouTube room. Pretty good day for the AI today, for sure. Even the PII, which was an initial short opportunity, and then you had a re-entry at 50.42. It's at 48.55 now. So even that one would have worked on the re-entry. And so would the NNE work. 20. This is what I'm talking about, the re-entries. So they got stopped out, or it hit the stop price at some point. And so came halfway. There's the NNE. 24.65. Halfway between 24.65 and 23.91 is 24.28, and it hit that price. So you had an opportunity to take this if you didn't take it the first time, or if you got stopped out the first time. 24.28, 24.75 now. Not bad. Not bad. Pretty hard, Mauro, though, to talk about understanding. I mean, really, in a nutshell. I mean, if you can, I don't know if you can understand English and watching a video. I don't really know, but if you can, to understand what the capabilities of the program are. If you go to my homepage and you click on my homepage link, first thing I would do is just scroll down a little bit. Click on the education section right here, more info. And then you can look at these videos, getting started with trade ideas. That'll give you an idea about what the capabilities of trade ideas are, okay? Capabilities is, okay. And there's short videos, 12 short videos. So I would watch I wouldn't do the login. You probably don't have the program. So I would start off with the second video and go to the end. It gives you an idea about what trade ideas is all about. Okay, guys. So I think that's it for me. If if Patricia and Mauro want to get together and talk, I suppose that can be done. I certainly can't help anymore. Yeah, I mean, if it's a software program, so like any other software program out there, there's a bit of a learning curve. But what we tried to do in those videos, the short videos, is cover the key elements of the program, so you have an idea about what trade ideas is all about. Okay. Yeah, I mean, before I would take out a subscription or anything like that, that is what a person should do. Okay, guys. So what I'm going to do now is I'll keep my layout up and running till at least 3:30. Okay. I'm going to take off. No, 159. No, I don't analyze plays for longer swing plays. Never. The people who do that are, Steve and Andy and Chris to a certain extent, I think. So if you're interested in stuff like that, between 12 and 1 on Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, those gentlemen are there and they're more swing traders than I am, but I don't analyze anything for swing trading. Now, if you're looking for swing ideas, though, if you click on if you click on new from the toolbar, and then click on dock to channel bar, okay? And we've got a couple swing ideas. Oh, Trader's Eye, okay, the Trader's Eye has got some swing ideas, and then the one called Swing Picks has got some swing ideas. Okay, so there are two channels more or less devoted to swing ideas. Okay, 159. Did you see what I did? So you have a couple there, Swing Picks and TI Trader Eye, okay? Andy at Trade Ideas, he's the one who basically does this. Okay, if you are subscribed now, then yeah, go. And if you're more interested in swing ideas, etc., go to those two channels, and you'll see a lot of information there. Okay, guys. So now I'm probably going to be at my desk still for a while. So I mean, if I do see a question, I will hop back on. But basically, I've I've left for the day, but I can get back on the mic if necessary. So thanks for all the help all day long, guys. And the main room, will open at 6:45 a.m. tomorrow Eastern time. I'll get on the mic at 9 o'clock for both rooms. So have a great evening, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow. Okay, Usman, well, welcome about joining, but we do not send out emails, okay? Did you look at the videos by any chance? What I would do is, you know, there's only the only thing that's going to tell you in theory, and I shouldn't say tell, but give you an idea about where you might want to buy, okay, and what to buy is our AI. Had a really good day today, no question about it. You know, getting in at Watt 1975, it's at 29 195 now. It's pulled back 11% gain, things like that. This is the only if you took our premium subscription, then you should have this, okay? Other than that, you know, you can create your own scans. I have scans that I'm currently sharing, but okay, are you a premium subscriber? Did you subscribe to our premium service, or would you? Okay, perfect. Then what you want to do is click on new from the toolbar. You can, I'm sure you can see what I guess you can see what I'm doing, obviously, because you saw the screen. So click on new from the toolbar. And then you see where it says premium AI strategy. There are 3 of them that start off with premium AI, premium AI. Pick the middle one that says premium AI strategy trades window. Okay, right here. And if you do that, you're going to see something that looks like this. Now, a couple of things you should do, because you might say, well, wait a minute, I'm not seeing all the same alerts as you are. If you can see what I'm pointing at, the filter, and you see where it says none, yours might say profitable trades, okay? Profitable, uncheck it. You want to see the trade, you want to see the alerts all day long, in my opinion. Okay, so if you can see what I'm pointing at, where it says profitable, there's a little drop down arrow. Just go and uncheck it. Now you'll see all the trades, whether they're profitable or not. So why would you want to see an unprofitable trade? The reason being is that, well, first of all, if you use this like a watch list, the fact that a stock may be under the price that was suggested, maybe it's setting up even better at that price. It's possible. You don't know. But the other one is that what you loaded should have what is called a reentry price column. Do you see what I'm pointing at? A reentry price? Okay, so why it's important to uncheck the profitable, okay, uncheck it, make sure it says none now. The reason being is that here's what can happen. I think I went over a couple of them. Let's see. So here, okay, here's one. Okay, so here's the PII. Okay, now the other thing to remember is that the earliest you're going to get an alert here is going to be at 9:40. That's the earliest you'll get an alert. Doesn't necessarily mean there will be one at 9:40, but you can see there was one at 9:40. Okay, but that's the earliest it starts to work. 10 minutes after the 9:30 open. So you're not going to get anything earlier than that. Nothing in the pre-market. But look what happened here. So the alert was to short PII at 49.67, but it actually popped up to 50. It actually popped up to 51.16, and so if you had taken it right off the bat, you would have got stopped out. Actually, that took a while to get stopped out. It was 12.41, but it hit the stop price. Okay, but what happened later on? If a stock comes halfway between the original alert price and the stop price, so halfway between 49.67 and 51.16 is $50.42. You will get another alert. And that gave you a second opportunity if you didn't take it the first time, but it gave you a second opportunity to short this at 50.42. And now, it's at 48.20. Pretty darn good, over a $2 move. But that's how this is working. So let's take a look at this one, 620. No, this would not have worked. 620 and the price is 702. This was another short opportunity. Let's see if any of the long ones. Here's one 1447 for the INFQ. You had a re-entry at 1447. The price is 1473 now. So why I'm showing you this is that if you had checked, if you keep this check, the profitable trades, you will never see that re-entry price because the system looks at that and thinks, well, it's not profitable at that price, if that makes sense. So uncheck it. So you're going to see the re-entries. A lot of people, that's all they wait for. They just wait for re-entries. They don't take the original the original alert. I mean, I'm not saying you shouldn't, but that's what a lot of people will do. Just wait for re-entries because sometimes it's setting up obviously it's going to be setting up at a better price on the re-entry. But then you take a look at a watt, and there was not a re-entry from 1975. It never hit 1915. It just kept moving higher and higher. So I mean, I'm not saying you don't ever want to take a stock initially on the initial alert, but that'll be really up to you. All this sort of making sense? And then what you do is, and that's in place of doing this, okay? Because I find that people who just start out, and if you went to the okay, so you see, if you go to the channel, the AI channel, pretty overwhelming, right? If you just want to see the alerts today, I mean, these are them right there. To me, way easier to concentrate on this one window than looking at all this other stuff that's around. Okay. I mean, you get if you get used to it, then you start looking at, okay, some of the trades that happened before the AI and are, if they become profitable, things like that. So for instance, give me a moment. Come on. So for instance, let's take one here. What's not profitable right now? Okay. We don't know if this is going to happen, but we had an alert for MNTS to short it at $6.11. It's at $6.97 right now. If sometime in the future this does go below 6.11, then it'll turn. Then you will see it as, okay, this is now profitable from that original. It could be a week from now. It may never happen. Okay, but that's what that other long-term AI will show you. The stocks that are profitable from the original alert price. The watt, obviously, you'll see it tomorrow. It's at 19. The alert price was at 1975. Assuming it doesn't go down below 1975 today, you would see this as something that was profitable, and you may want to keep watching it. Things like that. But if I don't want to confuse you, but if this is the intraday, then what you should do is incorporate this as part of your layout. So you don't have to load it every day. Now, if you don't know if you don't know how to create a layout and save and all that, that's fine. Then you just go new, and then premium AI strategy trades window, and then you can load it every day. Just make sure you load it before 9:40, and then just wait. And then you just wait for the alerts to happen. It's not controllable. In other words, you can't say, well, I only want to see stocks between $10 and $50 or things like that. Okay. It's not that we get so many alerts in here that you're going to get overwhelmed. So for instance, if you looked at this and, I don't want to trade a $39 stock. I just, make up a number. I only want to see stocks 20 and under. Well, then you disregard this. You're welcome, Usman. And you can come into the room. I don't know where you are in the world, if you're in North America or where you are, but the room is open at North America. Okay, then the room is open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. So you can come in. I don't get on the mic until 9, but you can come in there if you're interested in looking at the market, sort of the so-called pre-market before 9:30. There's a lot of traders in the room, but you can come back anytime you want. And if you have questions, I'll do my best to answer them. Well, now that we know the true story of DXYZ, okay, they do not own 16% of SpaceX like we thought, but they own less than 1%, but that even less than 1%, if in fact SpaceX turns out to be a 1.7 trillion IPO, well, that still would be a lot of money, especially with that float. I wonder when they sunk the money in, though, William. How long was it dead money? Not that they had a cash flow problem, but I wonder when they put their stake in of SpaceX, Google. Okay, YouTubers, I'll shut you guys down now. Okay.